Hey everybody, I'm getting ready to do another stream here. Give me a second to send the link out to a few places and title the YouTube stream and all that. Just a minute. I'll be right there. Okay. I think I've done enough self-promotion. Alright, so we got this level, which is nothing, and this level, which is pretty close. So I'll probably just continue on here. But it is more exciting to try something new, so that's why I've got this to keep me going. So I think I'm just gonna steal this. I'm stealing a lot from here. Oop, yeah. Oh, gotta be on the right layer. We pasted it on the right layer. Alright. So essentially I'm just looking for spots in this file that'll look good on the other ones. So like, for instance, this corner might look good, but it's kind of like intense, so I might have to change it. Alright. Because down here we've got this corner. Just like that. Well, like that. And I think that'll actually work. We just need to make up the space between this so it looks good. So probably jump up a bit here. And I'm kind of just experimenting here. I'm not sure exactly what's gonna happen. Like, these two are pretty different, so I'll probably do more blending. This square looks pretty good. I could probably find it somewhere on here, but... Oop, 1 pixel too far. So that doesn't look too bad. I want to bridge this gap now. So I need something that's gonna like, kind of like gradate a little bit. Like this row. Gonna put that in there somehow. I think that actually looks better than what I had there before. But I do want them to blend a little. Yeah, the spikes aren't gonna look as good as I thought they would, because they've got that black background. And wonder, yeah, maybe it just needs to be darker. That doesn't look bad. Oh, there it is. Looking for a better, this one maybe? I think this is good. See how that looks without the grid. It's still got this weird like line going there, doesn't it? See how that looks? I like it better as one. I spent all that time just to make it one piece. Well, I guess there's a little bit of a blend there. So before the stream started, I was watching The Net. I don't know if any of you have seen that. It's a bit of an older film, I think 1995. Sandra Bullock. I'm a big fan. It's not the world's greatest movie, but it holds a spot in my heart. It features Wolfenstein 3D being played. Oh, there's a Pokemon in chat. But I noticed it wasn't the DOS version. It must have been the Mac version because it was quite a bit different. I never noticed that before. Yeah, like I said, it wasn't a great movie because some of it was just like really far-fetched, and other parts were, you know, strangely accurate, I would say. This, you know, 1995. I don't know if you guys remember. AOL was a thing. That was around the time that everyone started receiving those CDs. Maybe a few years early. Yeah, maybe a couple years after that movie came out, we started getting AOL CDs in the mail all the time. From like 97 to like 90 or 2000 even, we were getting those AOL discs in the mail. But not everyone could afford AOL back then. I couldn't. Some of my friends with more well-off parents could afford it, and I would like go over their places and hang out, and that was my first experience with chat rooms and stuff. But I had, by the time, hey, what's up, Sequel? How you doing? Glad to see you. Welcome in. Yeah, I was just talking about how I was watching The Net before I started the stream. I don't know if you've seen that film before. But yeah, when I first saw it as a kid, I had never been in a chat room before because it was 1995. I didn't have the internet. And good, man. Happy Friday. Hey, happy Friday to you too. Glad you're doing well. And yeah, so like, I didn't know how much I was going to enjoy chat rooms until about maybe, what, 99 or so. 98, 99. Yeah, it started, you know, with my my one friend who had AOL. Like, oh, you've never been to a chat room? Here, you can use my screen name for a bit. And I chatted with some strangers, and that was pretty cool on AOL, but that was before I had like an AIM account or anything like that, and it was before AIM was huge, so it just kind of ended there. But then eventually, one of the guys that my mom was dating this guy for like 10 years. He got a Sprint Ion, which was like fast DSL back in the day. I think he got it around 98 or so. And that was the first time I had internet in my house that was actually usable. Because I don't even think we had a dial-up. We weren't set up for dial-up. And I could use dial-up at my stepmom's place. But only... Actually, no, they didn't get that until maybe like 2000. But I could use it at my step-grandma's place. But only under supervision and only for schoolwork. In a similar vein, have you seen Hackers? Absolutely, I love Hackers, yeah. No, Hackers was one of my my favorites as well. I don't know which one I like better, to be honest. I kind of like confuse them in my brain almost, even though I can keep the story straight, the characters and all that straight. Like in my brain, like the dopamine is similar for both of them. You know, Hackers was a little bit more cheesy, I want to say, but like the net was cheesy without trying to be, I think, maybe. And Hackers was cheesy because it was cheesy. I don't know, but I really did enjoy Hackers. Of course, Angelina Jolie was in Hackers. Before she was really well known. Hackers is kind of cheesy. Yeah, no, it's cheesy in a good way though. There's definitely good cheese and bad cheese. Although most cheese is good, if you ask me. Except for Velveeta, that's some shitty cheese. Yeah, I think Wipeout makes an appearance. Yeah, I believe so. When they're in that club, I think, right? Or maybe not. I can't remember. It's always fun to like notice games that are in films. Yeah, if memory serves. Yeah, I can't really remember either. I remember that club was pretty funny though. You know, it was like, I don't know. Everyone looks so young. And they're all like hackers. They got rollerblades. Right, there's like a little rollerblade park in the club. Because hackers got rollerblades, man. The 90s, you know, you weren't a hacker if you didn't have rollerblades. No, that was good stuff. Wonder if I can get away with using this corner. Just this one? Or was I trying to put it there? That looks alright. I watched Hackers in high school, and it totally got me hooked on a bunch of tunes of the era. Orbital, Chemical Brothers, Prodigy, and the like. Yeah, no, honestly, that whole genre, like that big beat genre, I love that genre. Like, it's weird because I didn't really like it when it was popular. Like, the Chemical Brothers I always liked, don't get me wrong. Crystal Method, I always liked Crystal Method. But like, was it Moby? I didn't like Moby when Moby was popular, but now I do, at least some of it. What were some of the other ones? Fatboy Slim. I didn't care for Fatboy Slim at the time, except for Praise You. I thought Praise You was funny because of the music video, but I didn't really like it as music. But now when I listen to it, I actually enjoy it for like the you know, the EDM DJ style stuff. You know, how it's produced and all of that stuff. Big Beat is kicking. Yeah, I think that's what it's called, right? I don't know. It's like an English genre. But then again, Crystal Method is American. Yo, Fatboy Slim is funny. It's got a bit of goofiness to it. It definitely has some goofiness to it. What was it? Pump the Tempo. that was a pretty funny music video also. And then there was the what was it? Weapons of Mass Destruction? Was that what it was called? Something like that, where it had what's his face? Christopher Walken doing this huge dance number. That was pretty good. Yes, they really add a whole vibe for Fatboy Slim. Yeah, absolutely. Right here, right now, right here, right now. Oh, that's some good stuff. But yeah, when I was young in high school, I only saw it from like the movies that it was in, and it wasn't even the good movies that it was in. It was like things like what 10 Things I Hate About You, or like the high school. I don't even know what soundtracks was, but those popular songs would end up in those popular movies just because hey, this is popular, that's popular, let's put them together. Yeah, I think there was a Fatboy Slim dance number in one of them. What was it? I can't remember. It was the one where they take the nerdy girl and they make her hot, right? And then they make her dance to Fatboy Slim. I think that's how it went. It was like the whole movie. Classic tunes. Yes. Nah. Chemical Brothers. I liked them when I was a kid, but I didn't really fully appreciate them. Just describe 2 decades of film. Yeah, pretty much. Yep. The funny part about that film was like the nerdy girl that wasn't hot was like totally hot already. Like before they come on guys, like if you're gonna try to make a nerdy girl hot, start with a nerdy girl. Don't start with a hot girl. But I guess that's how movies were made back then, or still made probably. I don't know. Anyways, yeah. Chemical Brothers, I really didn't fully appreciate them until like I was going through my dad's CD collection, right? Because my dad's really cool with music, right? He always had like, what was it, Columbia House, right? Like I had BMG myself, so I had a CD collection also. But my dad, he was like a nuke guy. He was working at a power plant, so he could just spend money however he felt, and CDs was, music. That was one of the things that he really appreciated, and I'm super thankful that he brought a lot of his music into my life. But then a lot of times he would buy things for just one song and then stick it on his CD rack. Oh, but she had glasses. Now she did have glasses on, you're right. But then they took the glasses off and it was like bing. No. But yeah, so I was going through my dad's CD collection that he like left behind when I was living in his cottage, and that's when I was like, oh, Chemical Brothers, I remember them, but I only remembered like one song. So I was like, oh, I need to listen to the rest of this, and it just like, I don't know, something changed within me, and I was like, what was I doing my whole life not listening to this? I think it was Surrender. Yeah. That was the album my dad had, and that's still a great album, but I don't think it's their best album. And in fact, I'm not really sure of all their albums because I never really collected Chemical Brothers. I ended up already having, like, by the time that I got fully exposed to them, the internet was already available and YouTube was already available. All the songs were already on the internet, so I could literally just type in Chemical Brothers and not have to worry about albums and just know the singles. And that's, that's kind of how things happen these days now. So I did miss a little bit of that, but they keep making stuff. They're not done yet. The radio's done with Chemical Brothers. They don't really care about Chemical Brothers. The media doesn't care about Chemical Brothers, but the Chemical Brothers are still making great music. Just recently, like in the last couple of years, they put out good stuff. like really good stuff, and awesome music videos too. Like usually there's some type of dancing involved, but then there's usually some type of CG involved also, and then they do a great job of mixing them together. Yeah, just really good stuff. Yeah, definitely double back on Chemical Brothers because they're still releasing stuff, and just they've gone underground. You know, they had their 15 minutes of fame, right? They were pretty popular for a while there. They're rich enough where they could keep making music for the rest of their lives, I'm pretty sure, because they're still making shows, and there's I don't know if their shows are selling out, but I'm sure they're still selling tickets. Back to the roots. Yeah. And like, honestly, you know how genres work with music. They cycle back. They do. They come back. And remember in the 90s, right? What was popular in the 90s? Swing. Swing was popular in the 90s. Remember that for like a week, but it was popular in the 90s. Everyone was listening to swing. I can't even remember what that one song was that brought it all back. But you remember that? Yeah. And now we've got electro swing. Swing never really went anywhere, right? But I got a feeling that big beat's coming back eventually too. I mean, maybe not as we know it or as we knew it, but the elements of it, the good parts of it, you know, the parts that still exist, the parts, you know, the things that Chemical Brothers are still doing and that kind of stuff, you know. I mean, you still hear those types of beats in action movies for sure. But you know, that's just the way fashion is. It's not music. It's just fashion. It's all fashion, not just music. I don't like that. It's all coming back around, pretty much. I mean, maybe not all of it, but a lot of it. Got that Pokemon and shit. You know, I love old music, and as a musician, like I definitely learned a lot from the classics. You know, music from the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, obviously, because the 80s are like here right now. Which is also great. I'm glad that the 80s kind of came back. Like the whole new retro kind of music, the neo retro, or I don't even know what they call it anymore. Synthwave, right? I love synthwave. Actually, let's take a few. There we go. Oh, sequel. I updated Demon Fish Dead Ahead today. I've been low-key working on it behind the scenes, and I finally got enough stuff done on it to say like, hey, this is a release. This is worth updating. Yeah, I'm excited. I was playing through it last night, and it's like so much more fun. I put a heads-up display for well, heck, let's just pull up the oh, I forgot to post on Twitter. It was close. Did I post on Blue Sky? No, I didn't post on Blue Sky either. It was close. I had it all typed out and ready, I just didn't hit the button. Let me pull up the itch page and we can go over all of the, well, most of the changes, because I don't remember them all, unfortunately. You know how it is. Alright, let's see here. We've got our 0.3 update. It's still not 1.0. I don't know when it'll be 1.0. I'm honestly thinking about doing more bosses and another level. So that might be like a whole year or something. We'll see. It'll probably be after Pyrotoad's done. But anyways, we've got the new HUD for enemy and player health, screen shake for player damage, attack sprite for the player attack, numbered enemies on the battlefield, fixed missed attack still hitting. Now you can change your mind. Uh-oh. What's going on? Did I... Oh, I'm listening to my own stream somehow. Oh, somehow I ended up on Twitch. Oh, I'm getting a call here. Give me a second, and I think my friend wants to play Helldivers, but I'm gonna tell him that I'm streaming, so 1 second here. Alright, I'm back. It looks like the ad is gonna start soon here. What does that say? Well, I can't snooze it, so we'll just have to deal with that. Alright. Like we are back. Yeah, once again, you'll have to excuse my camping chair sounds. It is not very comfortable. I do have a nice chair at home, but the weather's not so great. Well, at home. I'm at home, at my mom's home, where I used to live. My former home still has a lot of my stuff. I was gonna go back and get it this weekend, but it looks like the weather is not gonna let me, so I'll have to wait for the weather to subside. Go back and get my gaming chair and the rest of my crap. Guitar amps, guitars, you know, the good stuff. Alright, so back to bug fixes here. So yeah, I made it so you can hit the B button and change your mind, which is cool. So like, previously if you hit fight, or hit cast, but then you're like, oh no, I wanted to run away, you couldn't. You would have to go through with that attack. But now if you hit the B button, you can go back to the option to run. I fixed a stupid typo where I put 2NG instead of 2ND for second. Sound effects for entering the fish zone, so now it beeps the number of times, one for, it's because there's like a fish aggro level, so it beeps once for 1, 2 for 2, all the way up to 4. Let's see. I fixed slowdown issues in the fish zones. So what that means is I had programmed it wrong. I had programmed it to use the update step to calculate the math to see, first of all, if you've moved. Second, if the random number is within the range to start the fight. But now it only does it every like third of a second or something like that, or maybe it's 2/3 of a second. I can't remember. But what I did was instead of doing it in the update step, I threw a timer on the initialization. So when the initialization method runs, it tells it to pretty much make its own update step, but at a slower time. So that way it's not happening every single frame, just when I need it. Fix not being able to attack certain enemies. That was a issue with the permutations. Permutations are a lot more difficult than it was like a can of worms. Like I didn't know what I was getting into. It's like you're like your neighbor's like, hey, will you mow my lawn? And you're like, yeah. And then you're like, you mow the front, and you're like, oh, I mowed your lawn. You're like, oh, you gotta get the back too. And you go out back, and it's like this field, right? That's what it felt like. I realized the best way is to just laugh out loud. Permutations are pernicious. Pernicious? Pernicious? I don't even know what that word is. Pernicious. Pernicious. I need to look this up. Oh, I'm like using the wrong keyboard here. Having a harmful effect. Interesting. Pernicious. I was saying it right. Okay. Yeah, so what does it say? Fixed not being able to attack certain enemies. Sometimes that's what I did, yeah. Yeah, so what I ended up doing was I just listed each permutation. Like, it was easy, you know, for when there's only one fish, there's only one permutation, right? Oh, yeah. When there's two fishes, there's, what, 2 permutations, right? Because there's either fish 1 is dead or fish 2. No, there's 3 then, because either both fish are alive, one fish is dead, or the other fish is dead. Then 3, it gets a little bit more advanced, right? And it's kind of exponential. But by 4, it's like, I don't know, man. Excuse me. There was a lot. I had to like write down in a comment above each thing. I can actually show you if I bust out the where is it? What is it called? We'll go back to the start here. Fishing game, that's what it's called. I didn't know what it was gonna be called when I made the project. So yeah, if we go to one of these, is it this one? And then we go to, is that alright? It's funny because I've been messing with this, but it's still so deep for me that like it takes me a second to even know what I'm doing. It should be relatively easy to find though, because I had to like make so many notes. Yeah, here they are. So these if I close all of these are the different permutations, right? So if we go into enemy count 2, there's only 3 permutations, right? I didn't even bother with 1 because when it's 1, that's just easy. But yeah, when there's 3, you can have all of them alive. The first one dead, the second one dead, the second 2 dead, the last one dead, the first 2 dead, or the first and the last one dead. And then with 4, so that's what these are. A is alive and D is dead, and then I spaced them out based on which number they are. The number would be the position. So if it's a 4 fish battle, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, and this is 4. Yeah, so these are all the different permutations for a 4 count battle. It could all be alive, the first one could be dead, the second one could be dead, the first 2 could be dead, the first 3 could be dead, the first and last could be dead, the last one could be dead, the last 2 could be dead, the last 3 could be dead, the second to last could be dead, all but the second could be dead, only the second could be dead. The first and second, or the second and third could be dead, the second and fourth could be dead, the fourth and, or the first and third could be dead, or all of them but the second to last one could be dead. And I think that's all of them. And I like searched the internet on like how to like do permutations and stuff like that, and I just did not get far, and I didn't learn a lot. Yeah. Hell yeah. BTS GBS. BTS. I don't know what BTS is. Yeah, this stuff gets super tricky to handle by hand. What's BTS? That's something I should know? Behind the scenes. Yes, behind the scenes. I'd never heard that before. But yeah, these little comments saved me because I was not able to picture it. Like I was even drawing them and like trying to like figure it out. Like it's a mess. But yeah. Oh, and we're listening to the music of the game. And there's a Pokemon. Oh, that's not a Pokemon. I typed in pernicious. Alright, yeah, so back to this. So we fixed the inaccuracies with the fish box. Something was happening where I was telling it to load this script, right? Where yeah, add fish quant. Well, what I added was I made a variable that says caught fish position. So that way when you kill the fish, it knows what position it's in, right? And I had to do that on each of these, which was quite a bit annoying. If we go to the enemy's turn, so we've got the player's turn here and the enemy's turn here. Because this is the battle manager. It's a actor. It's transparent, and it basically just sets up the life, and then it has this, if battle man in it is finished, then battle manager update equals 0, and then the battle player's turn at the very bottom of it, it calls, wait, oh, where am I? Somewhere it tells it to update. Maybe it's this one? Yeah. So battle manager update is this variable D. That makes it that changes this so it knows to update. So basically it pauses the update unless it's got that variable. And then once it's got it, it goes through all this nonsense. I don't even remember what bug I was trying to explain here. Oh, the fish box. Yeah, so all I had to do for the fish box, where did that go? Was oh, that's to hurt the player. Oh, it's in the player's turn, not the fish's turn. So here, oh, this is how I fixed the attack miss. I made a variable for attack miss. That replaces the tiles. Here, now because it's fish 1 or position 1, I tell it that it's position 1, and then I call the script. So all I had to do was just give it that variable. Otherwise, what it was doing was it was running all of these. Because there's one for each position. So that means if you were to kill a fish that was here, it would give you all of the fish around it, even though you didn't catch those ones. Then you would run away and be like, but I didn't catch those ones. How did they end up in my fish box? And it was this confusing nonsense. And then it would also give you the wrong sound. Dang, this stuff is deep. It's deep. Yeah, no pun intended there. It's funny though, because look how small it is. Look how small this game is. And you know what's even crazier? Watch how fast it compiles. See? It's already done. It's packing the data. Laugh out loud. Complexity and project side do not have a linear relationship. Not in this case. But it's interesting. It's just this project is so small. But yeah, there is a lot going on with it. You take a look at this. These are all unique tiles. But they're hidden. I don't know if you can tell. These ones are the more obvious ones, right? But each one has one tile that's different than the rest, or two. Yep, just one little pixel difference in each of these squares. Because this is the new UI. Yeah, this is the new heads-up display. So these ones become numbers, and then they're special numbers. Made special numbers. These are the non-special numbers. Where are the special numbers? Oh, you know, I think I used the new... Yeah, that's right. I used the new way of doing tiles, which I had never done before. I think I do it in... Yeah, this help UI. This was actually pretty deep. We get the values for the player, we get the values for the enemy. So these values, there's a ones, a tens, and a hundreds for each enemy and the player, right? And then do this modulus thing that I didn't quite understand, but I did it anyways. It worked. And basically that's how I figured out how many tens there are, or how many hundreds there are. And it was weird. It was weird, but it works. Yeah, and then this replaces the tiles for the life. So first we get this special number, which is from the tile set, which is interesting because the tile sets don't actually need to be put on here. Like if you were doing swapping the old way or with BBVM, even, you need to use like a separate scene. But if we look into the assets here in the tile sets folder, this is gonna look all blurry or just not open. You can see these are the tiles that I'm swapping in the tile set. Yeah, so it's interesting. Getting digit counts always suck. Always have to play around until it comes out looking right. Yeah. I mean, honestly, when I got the feedback that said like you should put numbers next to the enemies, I was like, yeah, that's not gonna happen. Because it just seemed like nah, that's just too much work. But then I was like, you know, maybe I could do it. And then I decided that I could make these ones have special pixels in the corner off to the side. And yeah, if we were to jump into the build, I'm gonna turn off the sound. Oh, would it enable sound? That's what I want. I'm gonna put that back on. Yeah, so if we check the game out real quick. Alright, so now I'm gonna get in a fight. Yeah, so now you can see we've got these numbers here, and we've got the numbers down here. You can always see, unless there's words, you can always see how much life everyone's got. Oh, the wrong button there. We're gonna cast it second because we know it only has 20 health. Thank you, I appreciate that. Glad you think it looks good. Yeah, obviously the colors are just, you know, the palette swapping or whatever, you know, the emulator palette. But yeah, I was a little worried that people would be like, oh no, 1070, but nah, I don't think anyone's gonna get that confused, considering it says player right there. Or PL is pretty obvious for player. Oh, and then I also made it so you can only brace 5 times. But then I keep hitting the wrong button. You can only brace 5 times. But then if you get a critical attack, like I just did, then the brace goes away. See, it says no, you're no longer braced. And then you can brace again, even if you went over your brace limit. And that was due to feedback as well. So people found out that the brace was an exploit that I was using to beat the game. Because you could brace infinitely before, which would just continuously give you more and more defense. So if you braced more than 5 times, almost all the enemies in the game can't hurt you, which was fun for me because then I could win any battle as a tester, you know, testing my own game. But some players found that and they said the game was too easy because you could just brace. So I said, well, now you can still get that same effect to get the enemy to do 0 damage to you, because that feels good as a player. That feels good. You're like, oh, I just cheesed the game. But then when you get hit with a critical and all of a sudden you have no brace left, you might have dodged that damage, but now you have to build all of your brace up again. And if they do another crit while you're trying to brace up again, you're still going to take some damage. So yeah. And the enemies crit pretty often, and that was like another piece of feedback that players had, was that the enemies crit too often, and I was just like, you know what, I don't care that the enemies crit too often. I want to make that part of the game. I want it, because straight up, the enemies all do the same thing except for the boss. The boss and the tentacles, these are the only enemies that are different in the game. All of the other enemies, the only difference is how much life they have. And I think that's it. Because I wanted to make it as simple as possible for me. So when you get into a fight with you know, the easiest enemy, that's a lot easier than the hardest enemy, just because of the life difference. But that easiest enemy is going to do the same amount of damage, generally speaking. Now, don't get me wrong, there is like a sway or like a wobble of random that I threw in there. There's like a high damage and a low damage. So sometimes they'll only do there's like a high damage and a low damage for regular attacks, and then a high damage and a low damage for critical attacks as well. So there's a lot of room for wiggle, and for it to allow to seem like the enemies have a lot of difference in how they fight. But the reality is that they're all fighting the same way, and that you're just fighting random. You're just fighting your own luck. And that you should probably kill the enemies with the lowest health first. That is the strat that's gonna get you to the end of the game. Until you get to the boss, which the strat changes. Actually, no, the strat is still the same, but if you kill a tentacle, you gain 5 levels, and it gives you your life back. So even if this guy is kicking your butt with 10 damage per crit, which is what it does, like, you can still win by killing the other tentacles first. Yeah. But that was the plan. So part of the reason why I want to do more bosses is because it would be so easy to just make a new enemy like this, and then just like copy this scene and just make adjustments. Because when there's one enemy, man, that's so much easier than when there's 4. But it would be cool to make a couple new sheets and new enemies, and a whole new world. That's the other thing. Make a whole new world with all new locations, like a second world that you get to after you beat the Overlord. But again, like I said, I really would like to do bosses for each of the locations. Like how cool would it be to have to fight the penguin? You know what I mean? Or Moby Dick here. You have to fight Moby Dick or Ahab, or both of them maybe. Or like this guy, like I don't even know what it is, but it would be cool to fight. What am I doing? They could go away. Well, anyways, yeah, you get the idea. Time for extended Demon Fish Dead Ahead universe. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I really like to make bigger games, you know, like medium-sized games. And this is definitely a smaller game, considering it's an RPG that you can beat within like maybe a couple hours. Once you're at like level, I don't know, 35 or so, you're probably strong enough. Maybe level 36, 37, maybe 38, you're probably strong enough to beat the boss. And you get a level for going to each of these locations, so that's 7 levels right there. The first, like, I don't know, 5 levels you get, you only need to kill like 1 enemy to get those levels too, so it's you know, it's not the world's hardest game. And there are some graphical issues I wanted to fix here too, yeah, like this stuff here, but that just didn't get into this build. Looks like we're gonna have another ad break here in about 15 seconds. But that's what keeps the pre-rolls from going, so we'll just let it roll. This should only be 2 minutes tops, so we'll be back shortly. Oh, now it says it's starting soon. Yeah. So you can get another snack. I've been eating these stuffed olives on my break. Olives are supposed to be good for you. And they're stuffed with jalapenos and garlic, so you can't go wrong. Yeah, I think... Well, yeah, so anyways, there's a lot more to it, but, you know... I don't need to go over every single thing. I've already spent more time talking about than I meant to. This is, after all, a Pyrotoad stream. Alright, looks like we are back. Yeah, so while I was watching the net, I was definitely thinking about Source Hack, my my hacking style RPG game. Well, I don't even know if it's an RPG anymore. It's an RPG in like the loosest terms. You're role playing a hacker, a Game Boy hacker. No, I don't. It's a weird game. I have no problem admitting that it's a very strange game. But I like weird. I like weird, so, you know, weird is good, I think. But yeah, this is the second time that I've watched the net in preparation for my hacking game. I can't believe that I started Source Hack over a year ago. I mean, like, we're coming up on 2 years now. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hey Kixie, how you doing? Thanks for joining. Glad to see ya. Putting role-playing back in RPG. Yeah, so I'm just doing pixel art for Pyrotoad again. We were chatting about the net and hackers and big beat music, like the Chemical Brothers and Moby and Fatboy Slim. The net is a scary movie. I'm well, how are you? I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. I love my new home. It's so nice. I took a bath. I'm not a bath person, but I have a bath with jets in it. I had to, it's got jets in it. I've never been in a bath, like, I've been in a hot tub before. This is like an indoor bath that has jets. Like, what? I'm just so psyched about my house. But the net is not scary, Kixie. The net is not scary. I mean, don't get me wrong. The premise is scary, but the actual film is not. It's almost laughable. I'm so happy for you. Thank you. I'm happy too. I'm really glad. Like, I don't get me wrong. I kind of miss, my mom and the cats, and sometimes Bonnie too. No, Bonnie was a good girl. She's just a little needy, But Lulu, I kind of miss her. I feel like every once in a while I see her out of the corner of my eye, but she's not here because I'm just used to seeing her out of the corner of my eye. Oh, yeah. It's funny though, my mom was trying to pawn off Lulu on me, and yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that because Lulu's already starting to show health issues. I don't have the money for her food. Like, I mean, I could probably swing it, but like, I'm trying to save money, not like buy fancy feast and shit, you know what I mean? Because she needs the fancy, she needs the good stuff. Otherwise, it's like bad for her diet. That's why she went diabetic. She's in remission, but it's been a long time since I've seen the movie, but I remember being scared. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, it's from 1995, so you just bought a house. This means all money gone. Pretty much. I'm very grateful that my mom was able to help me with the purchase of the house. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to do it. So, but yep, did spend some money, and time to start making them back. Pretty much. But yeah, look, I got the windows covered. I've got a sheet over this window because it was sunny out. It's not sunny anymore. Yeah, that'll be something. I'm debating, I'm debating like of course when you move into the place they give you like a pamphlet of like, oh, you could buy like really fancy Windows stuff. Like, I don't know, because my mom's husband has a house in Florida that they had bought, and they had custom windows made, which means they needed custom window fittings made. So they spent like over $50,000 on windows or something, like just the window fittings. Like, oh my gosh. And then the condo I was at in Phoenix, I'm pretty sure we spent like over 15,000 on the windows for that. Or we had new windows put in though. So yeah. Windows are expensive. Yeah, custom windows. These things were ridiculous, Kixie. They were curved. They're curved windows, like not square. So naturally, you need a curved window fitting to go over, like a, I don't even know what you call it, window stuff. Someone's texting me. Oh no, I was just being tagged, that's all. No problem there. But yeah, I'll get there with the windows. I don't think I'm gonna do anything fancy. Like, I was debating whether I should do something like a little bit fancy or if I should just go all out like Walmart or Home Depot, or because I mean that's already gonna be expensive, I don't really want to do like aluminum. You know what I mean? Like, I've lived in enough apartments and stuff, like where that's what you get, you know. But when I was living at my dad's cottage, I did the windows there, and I just went to, I think I got it from Walmart. I think I went to Walmart and got like a whole bunch of just like hardware, and then we bought some fabric and made some of our own stuff. But then we also, I think we bought some fabric too, like you know, with holes in it already made. With I don't know how you describe what I'm talking about. Curtains. We bought some curtains, made some curtains, and that worked. But you know, it looked kind of jank, right? Because you're making your own curtains. But you know, it did the job. Why am I selecting that? Yeah, that was weird. It was like 1 pixel with these. I think I can just fill some of this in with black. Maybe. But yeah, Kixie, I updated Demon Fish Dead Ahead today. With all, I kind of wish that I had done it before, like, I moved, because that was the plan. But then I got caught up in doing a whole bunch of other stuff, and then my brother was in town for like a whole week with his family, so like I was like really behind. And then I was like, well, I gotta go before the weather gets bad, you know. And then the weather was like, it was like within hours the weather got bad after I got here, so it worked out. But yeah, I kind of wish that I had updated it before everyone started downloading it, but people are still downloading it, so might as well do it now, I figured. But yeah, the update is looking pretty good. Sequel Jesus says, going to head out, but fun stream. Good luck with the pixeling. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your evening, sir. There's a Pokemon in chat. Illuminion. Gonna try to catch that. But yeah, lots of new updates for the Demon Fish Dead Ahead. Actually got it here. Cursor disappeared. That's weird. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I turned off the audio so we don't have to listen to that, but I'll just real quickly no. Yes. I'll real quickly show you what the new fight scene looks like. I'm not sure if you probably didn't play this one, but you probably saw enough pictures and stuff of it. See, now it's got a heads-up display that tells you the player's health and the enemy's health, and it updates as you get hit. So that way, when you're faced with the decision, you can see, oh, I'm gonna choose to cast at. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I'm gonna attack that guy, which, you know, isn't a big deal when there's only one fish on the screen. But if we go to if we go to a fight with 2 fish on the screen, now you can see that we've got these numbers here that tell you which fish you're aiming at, and it tells you how much life they have. So now you can actually make a strategic decision about which one you're going to attack. I also changed the brace mechanic so you can't cheese the game. You used to be able to just infinitely brace and then not get hit for the rest of the battle, but now if you get a critical hit, it takes away your brace, and you can only brace up to 5 times, and the crits happen very often, so it's unlikely that you'll be able to cheese the game that way. You can get a slight advantage from doing that, but it's also working with luck, so if the luck is against you, then luck is against you. It doesn't matter how much you brace. But that's exciting for me. That was some of the feedback that I got early on, was that there was no way to tell which fish you were aiming at, and then there was no way to see how much life you had, like, all the time. So that's exciting. I also balanced all the life and how much experience you get, how often you gain levels. I made it so when you find locations, it gives you more life and refills your life. I fixed some issues with the boss, but also made the boss harder. Yeah, so lots of cool new stuff for Demon Fish Dead ahead. Very excited for that. And that's all up on itch. And you can actually play the web build. You can even play it on your phone, which is pretty cool. So that way you don't need to download an emulator or anything like that if you don't want to. And if you were to download an emulator, I recommend one called BGB because it has great audio. And then there's another one called Sameboy, which is good as well, but I don't think it's as good. But it's good, so. Let's see, how can I make this work? Like that? That doesn't look bad. Oh. But yeah, I'm super excited about this home. Like the minor issues was the trampoline from the neighbor. I got to meet the neighbor yesterday. He seems like a pretty normal guy. A lot more normal than the people moving in the furniture or the appliances. They were one of them was pretty weird. He got pretty open with me about some stuff that he probably shouldn't have. But what are you gonna do? It's not like I'm gonna get him in trouble or anything. I mentioned that I make games and he was like, what? He got really excited, so that was funny. But yeah. Another minor thing, a Black Widow in my garage. Big old Black Widow. I'd never seen a Black Widow that big before. I was gonna take a picture of it and it ran away. It got away, went into this little hole between the step and the concrete in the garage, and I was on my way to Walmart, so I got some glue traps and I got some spider raid, and I sprayed the crap out of that hole that he crawled into, and I put a glue trap right underneath his web there. So, and I also put glue traps on any opening in the garage, so hopefully I don't catch any mice because that's like the worst. But I don't want spiders, so, and the only glue traps they had were for spiders and mice, so hopefully no mice get in there. Yeah, once I'll never forget, one time I was in my friend's garage, like throwing something out in the trash, right? And hear this squeaking. What the heck is that? So I like walked over to it out of curiosity, and it was this mouse that was like ripping off its own skin. I was just like, oh my gosh. Yeah. So I definitely don't think that glue traps are the way to go if you have a mouse problem. That's not the way to do it. It's just not humane to do it that way, but I don't have a mouse problem, so I'm thinking that I won't catch any mice. I'll feel bad if I do. I also really don't want a Black Widow infestation because that would be bad. Because I mean, it's the winter. Why are there Black Widows in the winter, right? But it was a vacant lot with a whole bunch of construction around it, and then it was constructed, so it was, you know, just some wood in a vacant lot for a while. Anyways, the house is very clean, and not worried. So just wanted to take extra precaution because last thing I want is spiders. I had hobo spiders at the cottage, and that was crazy. We didn't have air conditioning. We had to keep the windows with the screens, you know, open all the time. And yeah, I remember one time it was raining, you know, like, you know, normal summer rain, and these hobo spiders just like ran towards the house. It was weird, you know, because it was like a cold summer rain. And I guess it was like a late spring rain is more what it was, because the spiders had just come out, and then all of a sudden it started raining, and they freaked out and started. It's like they could sense the heat of the house, right? Because everything else was so cold all of a sudden that they're just like, they all just started coming, and it was like right around the time that all of these egg sacs had burst, I guess, because they were fitting through the screen. Right? Like little baby hobo spiders. And I'm not sure if you guys know what hobo spider is, but most people know what a brown recluse is. And the reality behind brown recluse bites is, everyone says that brown recluses are like the most dangerous spider, right? Well, the reality is that hobo spiders are actually the most dangerous spider. They just happen to have the same venom as brown recluses. So when you get bit by a brown recluse and you don't have the corpse, they just assume it's a brown recluse bite. They don't if you don't have the corpse, they just assume. But hobo spiders are far more aggressive. They're actually, their other name is the aggressive house spider, which is bad because they have extremely venomous venom. Just as bad as a brown recluse. So if you get bit by one in the head, you can die. Actually, that happened to someone in my neighborhood at the lake, and at the cottage, the lake house, I call it. Not like a direct neighbor, but someone in the same area got bit in the head by a recluse, quote, recluse, and died. Probably wasn't a recluse, because why would a brown recluse bite you on the head? Brown recluses hang out in your crawl space, in cardboard boxes. They get caught in corners and they're like stupid, they're slow, they run away from you and hide. They don't go after you. But hobo spiders, on the other hand, they actually do this thing. Oh, off the mouse. They do this thing where they put their front legs up in the air. It's crazy. I should be showing you spiders. Trigger warning, spiders. Hobo spider. Yeah. So they're not pretty spiders. But you can see, because they have that same fiddle shape, that looks more like a wolf spider. Here, they've got boxing gloves, just like a recluse, and they've got the same fiddle shape that a recluse has. But they're not recluses. They're much faster, they're much more dangerous, and they're super aggressive. But yeah, so watch out for those. They look a little bit like wolf spiders. It's basically like a wolf spider and a brown recluse, like, are genetically combined. But yeah, that day when the rain hit and those spiders came out, I was on the computer just kind of hanging out, and I got up to like pour a drink or something, and I came back to where I was sitting, and there was one right behind my head. Like where my head was. Like it was just waiting for me to come back. It was crazy. I'm not sure the best way to finish this. Maybe something like that. Why is this being weird? because snapping was on. But yeah, you know, scorpions is another thing they got out here apparently. I haven't seen scorpions, so that's good. Obviously it's the winter, so probably won't. Hopefully I don't see any in the summer. I did see some rabbit tracks outside. I think that's what they were, so that's kind of interesting. There was a rogue snowman on my mailbox. That was interesting also. I'm not sure if it was the appliance people that made the snowman or if it was the neighbors, because I went out to get the mail and I saw the snowman and I looked at it for a minute and then I heard just like lots of laughter from down the street, and then I looked at them and then they laughed more. So I wasn't sure if they did that or if they were just noticing what I was noticing, or maybe they had seen it before and were already talking about it. And that's why it was funny that I came out and got the mail at that moment. I don't know. Either way, I thought it was cute. That doesn't look quite right, does it? I think it needs something. Oh, no, I think this one needs to go there. This one needs to go there, I think. No, then maybe this needs to go there. Yeah, that looks better. I don't know, that is still missing something there. No, that's not the one we want. Maybe this one? Yeah, that looks a little bit better. We get rid of the grid. Yeah, we can see that looks quite a bit better. I don't know what to do with the top of this. Probably make it work for all of them. Yeah, there we go. Maybe this one. Yeah. We'll mirror it down there. These there. This here. Oh, there. But yeah, the net was well, I really liked Sandra Bullock when I was young, but I really liked, you know, early computers and stuff, and I still love early hacker movies. There's so many good ones. You know what's another one that I saw that I didn't see when I was a kid? It was actually overshadowed by The Matrix. When it came out, The Matrix came out around the same time, and it was just light years ahead of it. So naturally, pretty much no one went and saw this movie called The 13th Floor, I think it's called. I need to double check that. Yes, The 13th Floor in 1999. Let's see. I don't know any of these actors. But it was good. It was really good. And if you look it up online, it's got a 28% score on Rotten Tomatoes. But it's got 3.5 stars on IMDb. So it's definitely a cult thing. Oh yeah, if we look up Google reviews, as 4.6 stars. So it's definitely a cult following thing. I love looking at these, by the way. If you go to 1 star, and they're like worse than Steam reviews. Oh, it's not showing me the 1-star review. It must be in a different language or something. Google reviews are like worse than Steam reviews. Like, you don't even need to read them. You just like, oh, that's that type of person. We're gonna have an ad here in a second, so I'll take a little break. And then hopefully we finish this before the next ad break. We're closing in on it. Oh, and it looks like someone said something on YouTube. Say Donkey Kong is strong for like. Interesting. Interesting. I don't think Donkey Kong is strong though. I think Donkey Kong's weak. Donkey Kong's been weak since Nintendo 64. But tell me how Donkey Kong is strong, and then I might say that Donkey Kong is strong. Because it's just not. Right? But thanks for hopping in the chat. I appreciate that. I'm gonna go for a little ad break here. Alright, that was a nice little ad break. Got my jalapeno stuffed olive in, and that was fantastic. Actually had jalapeno mac and cheese, gluten-free, chickpea mac and cheese for dinner. Well, I only ate half of it, so I'll probably finish it after the stream. But I loaded that shit up. Sorry, I was hydrating. Yeah, so I put in... What did I put in there? Chicken sausage. Chicken spinach feta sausage, right? I put in like a green mix, which is like kale and chard and spinach. I put in jalapeno. I put in a Kumado tomato, which is like a brown Mexican tomato. What else did I put in there? Oh, and garlic stuffed olives. Yeah. So it's quite spicy, but very good. I wanted to put a carrot in there, but the carrot had gone rotten. It wasn't the nicest looking carrot when I bought it, And then I left it outside when I didn't have my freezer. So, oh, what happened here? Uncovering the level. Well, that doesn't look good like that. But yeah, very good mac and cheese. Well, if you like chickpea mac and cheese, which I'm a fan of. Yeah, honestly, it took me a while to get used to the gluten-free bread, but I found this sourdough gluten-free bread that's really good. Yeah, it's not super cheap or anything, and there's not a lot to the loaf, but like it's worth it, I feel like, because the stuff that I got from Costco when I was with my mom was like really dry. Like there's a trick to it though. Like if you put normal bread in the microwave, it gets hard, but if you put gluten-free bread in the microwave, it gets soft and moist. It doesn't make any sense, but it works. Like just 30 seconds to a minute, your bread will be soft, moist, and not dry anymore. Your gluten-free bread. But if it's like just straight out of the bag, it's like crumbles. It's weird stuff. But the gluten-free pizza dough, obviously there's a lot of variety in that, but I'm pretty happy with it. I think I got bruschetta from Walmart, and that was actually pretty good, gluten-free bruschetta. But the ones at Sprouts are better. Everything at Sprouts is better. I am such a fan of Sprouts. It's crazy. Like, yeah. When I was living in Phoenix, I used to shop at Sprouts all the time. And then when I moved back to Illinois, I was like, oh my gosh, back to Whole Foods and Trader Joe's only, basically. And it's pretty much the same food, but it's just Sprouts has better produce, and like things are pretty cheap. At Sprouts, like when they're on sale, at least. I mean, like, I don't know, Whole Foods is really expensive, and a lot of the same products are at Sprouts, so they get charged the same price. But then there's like one day a week where they're like normal priced. So as long as you know what days to go, I think it's like Wednesdays in Phoenix or something, maybe Thursdays, I can't remember. Then you go that day, you know? And, you know, everyone goes that day, so it's a little bit more, you know, there's less on the shelves and blah, 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 more people on the floor, but you don't have to pay as much, so. But yeah, I was very pleased with the amount of gluten-free stuff that Sprouts has to offer. Doesn't look good. Maybe just these things. Yeah. That doesn't look good either, huh? But yeah, I was talking about 13th Floor. That was a really good movie. It was like about VR and like kind of like The Matrix, honestly. But it made more sense, and it was what do they call that? Like one of those noir films where it's like a detective type film. Very, very noir. And what's really cool about it is that this Matrix world that they live in 13th Floor is like, it like takes place in like the 20s or like the 30s or something like that. So it's super old timey. Excuse me. So like whenever they like jack in, it's all this old timey world that's like made for like the users or whatever. But there's like a boundary to this world, and like I think the premise was that I need to rewatch it because it's already been like a year or so since I've watched it. The premise is that they like reach that boundary and see what happens. And yeah, it was really interesting. I was surprised that I didn't see it when I was a kid, but I definitely saw The Matrix when it came out. Actually, I didn't see it right when it came out. I waited till it was on video. Yeah, I remember actually watching The Matrix. It was the summer before freshman year for me. So 2000. The movie came out in 99, so it was about 6 months after the movie came out, probably. I think The Matrix came out in 99. Yeah, March of 1999. Okay, so it'd been... You know what, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was just that summer. Because I was still in 8th grade, but I was going to be starting I had just graduated 8th grade, and I was going to be starting freshman year. So they had like a dance at the high school for upcoming freshmen, and that was the night that I watched that film. I think I went to the dance and then came home and watched the film. Yeah. And I did really like it, you know, and I had the soundtrack for The Matrix too. The soundtrack was pretty good. It had Marilyn Manson on there, Rob Zombie I think was on there. Maybe not. I can't really remember, honestly now. I'm trying to remember what else was on there. Rage Against the Machine. I think they had a couple songs on there. I really can't remember. I don't have the CD anymore. Oh, that's not the one I want. Maybe this one? Yeah. Oh! Gosh darn it. That looks kind of weird, doesn't it? Do it again. No, I don't like that. Maybe that one. Yeah, I don't like that either. That looks a little bit better. I still don't like this there. I think that's better. This looks weird. Well, now that looks weird. No, I don't like that one. Let's get something else in there. Maybe... maybe this one? Huh. Nah, I don't like that. Get rid of it. Go back to that one, maybe. No. This one? No. It's gotta be something that works. Maybe this one again? No. Already using that. I don't think I'm gonna find what I'm looking for. Guess that's as close as it gets. Well, that took me longer than I wanted to get this area. Still doesn't look great. So I was thinking that if I get bored of doing this, I might do, might play some Mario Builder 64. Because that is a lot of fun. It's a ROM hack that lets you build levels for Mario 64. And it's, if you haven't played it, it's freaking awesome. Not sure how I feel about that. Yeah, that looks better. Doing that. Well, that looks better. That doesn't look right. Gotta be like less. What am I doing? Got this deal from that. Well, maybe. Oh, that's not the one that I wanted. Snapping is getting in the way. Sometimes it's helpful, sometimes it's not. Makes most sense to just switch between snapping and not snapping. Often. We might actually get done before the ad break. I've got 4 minutes and 20 seconds. This doesn't look. Did I screw that up? Oh, I should probably do something there. Yeah, that looks a little. There's a dust ox in chat. If anyone wants to try to catch it. Hey, how's it going, Cryptic? Thanks for the lurk. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a fantastic day. And if you're working, I hope that it goes quickly and smoothly. Sorry, I'm trying to get this done before the ad break, which is like 1 minute. Oh, look, I think I did it. See how it looks, though. I don't know, it doesn't look terrible, but yeah, this is... Not sure how that happened. I wonder if this one would work better. Probably. 14 seconds for the ad break. did it. I did it. I beat it. All right, we're gonna take a little ad break, and I'll probably clean up some of the stuff when I come back. I want it to blend a little bit better than some of these just clear edges. So yeah, that doesn't look right. Like this doesn't look terrible there, but it's got to blend better between it. Mostly just here, and maybe there. I don't know, but the ad's gonna start soon, so we'll take a little break. Oh, I caught the dust docks. Awesome. Nice. Sorry about that. Got a little bit of food in me, and got some more water. That is some spicy mac and cheese. Good, but spicy. I'm a big fan of spicy food, but when I was living at my mom's, there was like no spice anywhere in that house because her husband will not handle it. Does not like spicy food at all. It's funny because he's always like so quick to make fun of people, and you know, he's one of those toxic masculinity types, but he's afraid of spicy food. He's always funny. I mean, he's not always funny, but he's kind of funny sometimes. Every time we're in public and there's like family around, he says the same thing. He says, I don't know what's wrong with their sons. They spend too much time in the shower. And then I say, well, when you have hair, you have to wash it. It's the same thing every single time. You would think that he would like learn that I was going to come back with that. But I feel like it's like this this little show he puts on, you know, it's like, look at us fake banter kind of thing. Look at our fake banter. A little bit of that. He's not a bad guy, just me and him, you know, we don't get along that great, you know. We make it work, you know. We're not like at each other's throats ever or anything like that. I messed that up. But he sees things quite a bit differently than I. This is what I wanted to blend. Look at this. That cut is bad. Let's do this. What do I want? This one? No. This one. I like this song. It's almost over, but every time I hear it, I'm like, man, I want to make more music like this. Oops. Yeah, that looks weird there. So I was watching this little documentary about well, it wasn't really a documentary. I don't know what it was. It was a promotion about a house that Frank Lloyd Wright made for his son and his wife, and it's in Phoenix, and it's like right next to Camelback Mountain. And I didn't see it while I was down there, but I didn't know about it because apparently it had it wasn't kept up. The owners lived until they were like 100 years old. So I'm thinking that they lived there until they died, and they just didn't keep up with it because when you're old, that's like really hard to do. Also, it was like their house, so like it's up to them what they want to do with it. But yeah, there's someone renovating it now, and they made a promotional video for it, and it was really, really cool. It's a cinder block house, but it's like Frank Lloyd Wright, who is one of the most celebrated architects in America. So, and it's funny because I learned during that documentary that he made his own, he had his own company that made cinder block bricks. So it makes sense that he was trying to like, hey guys, check out how cool cinder blocks can be. But also he had some really nice cinder blocks. They had like special molds on them, and this totally stood out to me because here, I'm gonna make a new thing here, and I'll show you. When I was young, I was learning cursive in 2nd grade, and I was one of those students that would just like draw all over the page, right? And so, come on, give me the tool that I want. So I was learning, what was it, this? Right? I don't even know, was that L, right? But I was like, wait a second, this is fun to draw. This is really fun to draw, you know? And I just kept like doing this all over the page. It was like all over the page. And the teacher got mad. It's like, why are you drawing on your spelling homework? Or whatever it was. And I didn't care. It looked cool. How could you not think it doesn't look cool? It's like vines or something. Anyways, years and years later, I stumbled across something similar, which was this motif. Some people call it sunglasses, but I prefer to see the depth in it. Right? Actually, it would go like this. And I've been drawing these sunglasses my whole life. Right? Like, one time when I was in college, I had to make a promotional project, self-promotion project, and for the DVD cover, it was like so I took this, okay, and then I like made another, and I just like flipped it, right, and then I like took it again and like copied and pasted it. Did that, right? But it was much bigger, right? Actually, yeah, this isn't what I'm trying to show you. Let me do this better. Let me do this better with a bigger brush. Right, so we got one, and then I think I don't remember how I did it, to be honest. That looked bad. I don't even know what I'm drawing anymore. But yeah, I basically made this like big thing. I think I actually like, yeah, something like that. And then I like shrunk it down and rotated it. I did it in Photoshop, so it was like high res, where you can get away with this kind of stuff. And I just like kept putting it inside of itself. Yeah, so it doesn't really work with pixel art, but you can kind of see the effect that it had. It was like this spiraling inside of itself, like almost like a sponge of like this organic, like, porousness. And I just thought that was so cool. But then when I was watching this Frank Lloyd Wright thing, the motif on his cinder block was this. That was the motif. I was like, what? I mean, it was symmetrical, but I was like, that is like my motif. How is it that Frank Lloyd Wright was using the same motif that I was 50 years before I even found it. I don't know. Wonder if his family called them sunglasses. Yeah, I was talking about the 13th floor of the movie. And every time I talk about it or think about it, I'm reminded of the 13th. One time I saw this band, this guy Rocky Erickson, and his band that he was playing with was called the 13th Floor Elevators. So now I can't not think of that. Also, Rocky Erickson is an interesting show. I don't think he's alive anymore, unfortunately. Let me double check that. Oh no, he's still around. Oh no, he died in 2019. That is sad. 71 years old. This guy, Night of the Vampire was his most popular single, apparently. That's the one that everyone told me was. I didn't know who he was. My friends were like, "You gonna go with us to see Rocky Erickson?" I was like, "I don't know. Is he any good?" They're like, "You don't know who Rocky Erickson is?" Like, should I? It's like, well, not really. It's kind of underground, but you should. So I went and it was fun. Had a great time. I think that was the Bottom Lounge. Was that where we went? I think it was the Bottom Lounge. Bottom Lounge is cool. Not exactly the nicest part of town, but not the worst. I was always a little worried parking my car around there. Nothing bad ever happened. It had a really nice like bar area. Like the lounge part of it was really nice, and then the venues, I think there's like 2 venues. They're like really intimate and small. Who else did I see there? Olivia Tremor Control. Now Olivia Tremor Control, another band that's not around anymore. They are crazy. If you like the Beatles Yellow Submarine era, then you would like Olivia Tremor Control, because it's like, it sounds like the Beatles except more trippy, like a lot more trippy, but also really palatable, really palatable music. Very poppy, but like, I don't know, good stuff. Whoa. Where are we at? I feel like these ones need to be that 5 one, or not the half smiley face one, the smiling tile. This is the 5 one, and this is the smiling one. This is the 3 one. This is the 2 one. This is the 0 one. Why is there a 0 one? There shouldn't be a 0 one. Well, I guess there is over here. Maybe those should be fixed too. And then there's the 1 one, which also isn't supposed to be there. Maybe it is. I don't even remember anymore. I'm trying to think of other hacker movies other than Hackers and the Net. Let's see what Google has to say about that. Huh. There's a Net 2.0 that came out in 2006. Don't think I'm gonna watch that. Oh, Johnny Mnemonic. Saw that one. Enemy of the State. I saw that one when it was in theater. It was in theaters? Maybe not. No, I'm thinking of a different one. Chain Reaction. 1996. I don't know that one. Is that Keanu Reeves? Yeah. At a Chicago University, a research team that includes brilliant Eddie Kasalovich, Keanu Reeves, experiences a breakthrough, a stable form of fusion that may lead to waste-free energy source. However, Dr. Paul Shannon, Morgan Freeman, has ties to a private company that wants to exploit the technology, so Kasalovich and Dr. Lily Sinclair, Rachel Weisz, are framed for murder, and the fusion device is stolen. On the run from the FBI, they must recover the technology and exonerate themselves. From 1996, I'm surprised I never saw that. But then again, it only got 3 stars on IMDb. It's got a lot of one star ratings. Let's see here. Another film about a big bad oil industry. Had a bad experience dealing with this company after I purchased an item and can't. What? See, they're worse than Steam reviews. Like, literally, what is this even about? Had to go through PayPal for a refund? Like, what are they even reviewing here? That withdraw the money immediately from this company, especially if you're what company are you talking about? Dreadful. They lied to and disabled customer over delivery. This one again. Ordered a bike. What? I think the movie is about smoking cigars despite a lot of action. It was pretty boring. Don't have such an experience often. Delivery guy couldn't find my house. Like, who are you reviewing here? Grab predictable written movies easy. So apparently it wasn't very good. What else is on here? All these are too new. Oh, why is it on Chain Reaction? That's probably why. Movies about computers. Here we go. We've got Antitrust. I've never heard of. Sneakers, which I've heard of but never actually watched. Hackers, which we talked about. Swordfish. I was actually thinking about that earlier. We were talking about Big Beat. This has a great Big Beat soundtrack. I think Chemical Brothers and Crystal Method are on there. I could be wrong. Yeah, the Net 2.0. Snowden, which I haven't seen. Don't really care to. I don't know much about Snowden, to be honest. Virtuosity. Hacker. Photo Crime Tem in what? Black Hat. 2015. Wait, Live Free or Die Hard? I didn't know they made another Die Hard movie. Probably not very good. Anyways, I think we've seen all the good ones. Oh shit, did I just close that whole thing? Oh, hey Bard, how's it going? Didn't see you there. Thanks for dropping in. I saw that you're starting your stream up. That's awesome. I mean, I'm a little disappointed that I won't be able to understand it, but hey, I could always drop in and try to learn Spanish. I'm you know, I can understand a little bit. I've been around enough Spanish-speaking people to understand a little bit. I took half of Spanish 1 in junior high. Yeah. But that's awesome. I saw the overlay that you're working on looked really cool, so congrats on that. It'd be exciting to see the streams. Wait, what is going on here? Is that where it's... Ah! Okay. Have I destroyed any of the other parts of the level? I have, look at that. A Kangaskhan, that's a Gen 1. Might have to Ultra Ball this one. Cool. Yeah, so we've been chatting about the net and hackers and big beats, the genre of music. Yeah, we covered a lot of ground today. Mostly moving pixels around here, but also chatting. I'm gonna save this. I think it's time for me to... You still say it's scary, the net is scary. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's, you know, the like I said, the premise of losing your identity, that is terrifying. But you know, having just watched the movie, right, there's this part at the beginning where she's like totally just trusting this random guy who is like throwing out red flags left and right, like left and right, like, and he seems like a jerk. But she's like all about it, so much that she gets on a boat with him and goes out into the ocean, and then they come back and they say, oh, we can't seem to reach the police because he, like, you know, gets her mugged, right? And then we can't reach the police, we need to go further out into the ocean to get a signal. And she believes the guy? Like, what the heck? But this is like a hacker who's believing that you need to go far out into the middle of the ocean to get a hold of the Mexican police? Like, come on. Come on. And then she finds the gun. She takes the clip, which is smart, but she finds the gun and acts like, so are you gonna tell me about this? And of course they have to fight and duke it out, and it's like this big thing. I mean, it's a movie, I get it, but like, she's supposed to be smart, you know what I mean? I don't know. I guess she's horny. Yeah, she was a hacker. She's actually a beta tester for video games and a hacker in the movie. The movie starts and she's beta testing Wolfenstein 3D, but there's a virus that the developer doesn't know about, apparently. It's such a weird premise. There's the ad. Sorry, I'm gonna snooze it though. Get over here. Get over here. He thought she was like a new lady or something. So the premise is that she's like super smart computer person that works for a company that like apparently handles viruses for people, which is really weird. Have you seen the movie Hackers? I love seeing what high tech was to them then. Yeah, we were talking about Hackers earlier too. Hackers is great. I mean, there's a lot of like cheesiness to Hackers, but like it's so good also. Like that club that they're in with the rollerblading like course in the club. There's like video games and rollerblades and loud music, and also it's a hacker lair. It's like the two hackers live there. Like it's just hilarious, but also it was pretty awesome. And the technology, yeah, they're like, look at all those colors. And then the kid who looks like he's in high school, he's got a cigarette hanging from his mouth all the time. It's like a little kid. What the heck? Or the villain who has a limo to sketch his skateboard onto. He holds onto the limo while he skateboards. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I remember thinking the tech was interesting to see. Yeah. Now I need to rewatch Hackers. You do need to rewatch Hackers. I think it's one of those movies that you gotta watch at least once a year or so, maybe once every 2 years. You know, I saw a meme on New Year's Eve that was like, if you start Hackers at this time, they'll yell "hack the planet" when it's the Happy New Year. But yeah, Angelina Jolie was in that film. Yeah. Some not great acting, but like also like just really funny premise stuff. I don't know. I liked it. I liked it a lot. I loved it as a kid, and then as an adult, I like it too. Oh, you know what's another movie that fits into this is The Lawnmower Man. Has anyone seen The Lawnmower Man with Pierce Brosnan? That was a good one. That was super good. But they made a sequel, and the sequel is so bad. It's like so bad that I like hated it when I was a kid. But now that I'm adult, it's almost so bad that it's good. It's like right there. It's almost good. That's how bad it is. But the first one was like so good that it was just a good movie. It's like kind of groundbreaking and technology, virtual reality, and yeah. But the second one was like cyberpunk and just like really cheesy, like so cheesy. These kids live in like an abandoned subway system that they like still has power, so they like steal the power from the subways. It's like this weird thing in an advanced society where things, or in like a dystopian future. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. You saw the first Lawnmower Man. I just remember it was trippy. It was so trippy. Oh my god. You know, honestly, I kind of want to make that game that they were playing where they were like racing, but it's just gonna make you motion sick. But yeah, that part where he brings the girl to the facility, and they're like in the balls, those little, I forget what they call them, those balls that they spin around in. That was trippy. At that part at the end where he's like, I am God or something. He's like, access denied, and he's like trying to get out of the thing, but then he gets out at the very end, which leaves it open for a sequel. I'm gonna snooze the ad again because that's the point of snoozing ads. But yeah, the Lawnmower Man 2, it's like I've only seen it a couple times, and the more I think about it, the more I want to watch it again, just to laugh at it, just like to enjoy it for its like stupidity, kind of like the Mario movie, the first Mario movie, where it was like so bad that it's good. Oh, you know what? These spaces down here are missing. They should have something. Actually, how am I gonna do this? Oh, I'll just have to make a unique tile for those. Because I want these to animate. I'll figure it out. I'm not sure exactly how I'm gonna do it, but I'll figure it out. But yeah, like, I really, this is the music for Source Hack, by the way. I really want to keep working on Source Hack, and like, all of this like hacker talk is just like the kind of stuff that that fuels me for that game. It's like the cheesy hacker stuff, you know, like not even realistic. Like, it doesn't have to be realistic, it's Game Boy, you know? You want to watch the first Tron movie? Yeah, the first Tron movie was good. The second one was good too. The new one, they were both really good. That's a good one to bring up though, for sure. And it had a lot of groundbreaking effects. I freaking love old groundbreaking movies like that. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? It's not as old, but super groundbreaking. That was like the first time that they like actually put cartoons in a feature film, and they did it so well. It was like, holy cow. It's definitely visually interesting. The Tron movie, oh yeah, with all the like the blacklight stuff. Yeah, Who Framed Roger Rabbit was so good. Did you know that there was a frame where her boob gets exposed in theaters? Like, they took it out for film, but when it released in theaters, there was a frame where her boob completely slips out of her dress. The what's her name? Jessica Rabbit. Yeah, I had no idea. Okay, similarly, there's a frame in Adventurers, or was not Adventurers? Was it Adventurers? I can't remember what it was called. The mice that there's like the Down Under one, and then there's the not Down Under one. The one that's not Down Under, there was a frame of actual pornography in one of the windows in this scene where they're like flying past a whole bunch of windows like really fast. One of these windows has like a little frame of pornography. I was like, what? This is Disney we're talking about. The Daffy and Donald scene is one of my favorite scenes in the whole movie. Dude, that scene is so good, where they're playing the piano and like killing each other at the same time. I love the song she sings in that movie, but the original version of the song is so much better. I do not think I've heard the original. I can hear her voice in my head, but I don't know the lyrics. But yeah, it was like, I remember it being like very sensual, and the audience getting a kick out of it. And then the detective was like, "What's she doing with the tune?" Right? Yeah, that movie was a good one. That's one that I want to watch again. In any movie, I'm in the 40s music, so I get critical overcovers. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. We got a little ad break here in 30 seconds. If I snooze again, then we probably have pre-rolls, so I'm gonna let this one roll. But it's only a 2-minute ad, so hopefully you're still here when we get back. It says that it starts in 25 seconds. It's weird hearing it sung that way to me. It's not a sensual song. Interesting. Interesting. It's more of a sassy song. Wow. Yeah, I need to rewatch that movie. Really good. But yeah, the ad looks like it's gonna start here. So I'll do a little break and we'll be back in just a moment. Looks like the ad break is over. But yeah, on movies, I was talking about the 13th floor, and I mentioned that it takes place in a not so distant future. Actually, I think it's kind of modern era now, because this came out in '99. It was supposed to be depicting a future, so. But anyways, the the computer environment that they live in, or whatever, that they have people inside, it's a weird thing. There's like a society living inside of a simulation, right? But the simulation takes place like way back in like the 20s or something like that, or the 30s or something. So it's very old-timey. So Kixie, if you're still here, I know you like cyberpunk stuff, and I know you like old-timey stuff. It is a live action film. It's not animated, but you might appreciate, because it's got a nice mix of like modern technology, well, a 90s perspective of modern technology mixed with the aesthetic of the noir, old-timey, like Dark City type stuff. Yeah. So yeah, very interesting film. All right, so I think I'm gonna start this layer. So, or I mean this level. So I'm gonna rename this layer as Ref. We'll make a new layer. This will be BG background. Throw that underneath it. So this color is actually the background color, strangely enough. So I'm gonna throw that back there. And then the dither layer is actually the darker layer. But I'm gonna work with the quicksand first. Grab that, copy that. We'll make another layer here. We'll call it art. It would be interesting. We could do more. Well, this is interesting. All right, so definitely gonna do quicksand here. And here. Oh, you've seen the 13th floor. You don't remember much, but remember thinking it was good. Wow, I've forgotten all the movies I've seen. That's awesome that you've seen it, because I didn't know about it until like doing research on hacker movies, and so like I just found out about it like last year, or maybe a year and a half ago. But yeah, I remember when I was watching it, I was thinking like that it might be up your alley, because the old-timey nature of it. I think this might be cool if these were like little pools of quicksand too. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but it'll be cool. Might have to rewatch that one too. Honestly, I need to rewatch it also, because I only saw it once and I remember thinking it was good, but I don't remember a whole lot about it. I remember like enjoying it more than like my current feelings towards The Matrix, if that makes sense. Like when I saw The Matrix, it blew me away. Don't get me wrong. I was a kid. Excuse me. I was a kid. I was young. It was like super breathtaking and like groundbreaking and all those crazy effects. So yeah, it totally, you know, blew my mind as a kid. But as an adult watching the 13th floor, that was like a better film to me. Like, but I guess also that's because like The Matrix is kind of old now, and the 13th floor was kind of new to me. So that's probably part of that. No, I don't like that one there. These look better there. We'll do fire on those. Where was the other one? Over here somewhere? Now, this might be cool to do fire on also. Like floating fire? I don't know, maybe that looks too weird because it looks like it should have something. But floating spikes looks kind of weird too, so I don't know. I feel like the fire might be cool. Whoa. That was weird. What is going on here? Is it like symmetrical or? Oh. I was adding to the selection. I didn't realize that it still had something selected. Oh, and now it's the wrong layer. Finally. Then we need little spikes. That takes care of the spikes and the pits and stuff. We need lily pads now. With these ones. Oop. Oop, that's not the right button. Oh yeah, and this you can jump through one way, right? I think. I think these are the... Cool. Oh, grabbed one too many. Oh. Yeah, I was talking about architecture earlier. Man, I love architecture. I don't know what it is about it. I always have too. Even when I was a little kid, before I wanted to be a game developer, I wanted to be an architect. Yeah, one time this architect came to my school when it was like one of the students' dads came to school. Why does it keep doing that? Copy. B. There we go. This is what I want. I was hitting the wrong button. That's what I was doing. Yeah, he came to the school and did a little presentation on being an architect, but you know, for like third graders or second graders or whatever we were, first graders even. I don't even remember. We were like first grade. We were pretty young, first or second grade, and everyone was like, "Oh my God, that looks like Reboot," because Reboot had just come out. I don't know if you guys remember Reboot, but it was that that CGI cartoon. It was like the first fully CGI cartoon that was like on TV. Like, you know, the Jetsons movie had CGI in it, and like there was other examples of CGI in films, but there was no TV show of a cartoon that was all CGI before Reboot, as far as I know. And the architect guy was like, "Oh yeah, we use the same type of technology that they used to make that." And I was like, "Whoa!" Right then and there, I knew what I wanted to do with my life. It's crazy, but I knew I was going to be looking at 3D wire meshes. But yeah, I'm glad I didn't go to school to be an architect. One of my friend's sisters did. I think she's having a rough time finding work in that field. Granted, it was rough finding work in my field too, but at least it's something that I'm like super passionate about and that I can just do. Okay? I think that's the problem with being an architect, is that you can't just do it. You need funding. Like, to make a game, all you need is time. To make a house, you need a lot more than just the drawings, you know what I mean? I think I'm gonna need to make a new tile. So I'll make it easy. Just rotate this one. Cut it in half. Flip it. Oh, there's a lullaby in chat. I'm gonna try to catch that. Right, go B. Oh. Yeah, we'll make it go to there. And then we'll cap it. This one should work. Right? No. This one. Yeah, it kind of works. Yeah, that worked. But yeah, we were talking about Roger Rabbit. That scene at the end, oh my god, that used to scare the crap out of me when I was a kid. Or like anytime that they put the, like, remember when he dips those shoes into the ooze, or what the hell do they call that stuff? There was a special name for it. Was it ick? They didn't call it ick. It was something like that. It was like a one syllable thing. Dip, that's what it was. Not dip. It does get dark at the end. Are you kidding me, Kixie? That whole film is dark. It's so dark, but it's like glossed over. I mean, he's investigating his brother's death. His brother was killed by a toon. A toon dropped a safe on his brother's head. You know what I mean? The whole film is dark. It's glossed over. I mean, they do a great job of it because it's like for kids, you know what I mean? But from the very start, it's dark. I mean, you've got the that fake, or it's like a cartoon, right? At the beginning, they're filming a cartoon, but it's like the baby who's not actually a baby, right? He's got the cigar. He's like, doesn't he like pinch the girl's butt or something like that? I mean, maybe that's not dark, but it's close. It's close to dark. You know what I mean? That's not dark. That's just normal toon stuff. Okay. But it's got that noir kind of vibe, right? But yeah, that part where the guy, like the bad guy, like shows that he's a toon, like that was some scary shit. Or like where the steamroller rolls over him. Holy cow. I remember reading an article about that in like at school, like for class, like about how they did the special effects for that and stuff like that. It's like really, really groundbreaking work. And like I said, that was the first time they had ever done that in film before. But yeah, I grew up watching that all the time. And maybe this one should be that too. Yeah, it just makes more sense. And then we don't need that, because that's like a whole nother tile. The safe thing, yeah, that was definitely cartoony. I love the noir vibe it has, absolutely. Like, I think that was the first noir movie I ever saw, but like, it's still one of like the coolest to me. Like, I don't always get into the noir vibe. Sometimes it feels boring to me, but I feel like they did a really good job with keeping it exciting. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same kind of thing with 13th Floor. It's super noir vibes, but it wasn't enough to get boring. But like the newest, what was that movie called? My brain is just not working right now. Blade Runner, the newest Blade Runner. What was it? I can't remember what it was. Some number after it. It was not. It was just so. I think I fell asleep. I literally fell asleep during Blade Runner, the newest one. Like, I did not appreciate the slow pacing of it, and like, yes, parts of it looked cool, but it wasn't worth like the wait. That's what it felt like. It felt like, is it gonna get good? Is it gonna get good? Like, the first scene was good. Like, was that the best part of the movie? Probably. I don't know. The ending was disappointing to me because I was a big fan of the original, so it's like, I don't know. It covered some cool like plot stuff, like lore, and I can appreciate that for sure, but like as far as films go, like the first one was so good. Like, I don't know. It seemed a little bit like a cash grab. But then again, there's some conjecture about which version was good. I saw the director's final edition, I think is what I saw. Which is supposed to be the best, apparently. Or at least that's what Quiet Hydra says. And I think he's a what do they call that? An expert on the matter. But also my film teacher was really into it too, so he because it was one of those classes where you have to watch a lot of films, but like some of them you had to watch in class and some of them you had to watch at home. But he wanted to make sure that we all got the right version of that one, so we watched that one in class. That class was really good. Film and Society it was called. And then there was Film and Society World Cultures. And World Cultures was probably better because it was like things I hadn't seen before mostly, and really good films from other countries. Like there was an Aborigine film, there was like a Japanese Western that was interesting. We watched Amelie. Or is it Amelie? Amelie. That is a good one. So there's a lot of subtitles in the World Cultures class. And then the other one, it was all movies that I'd mostly seen before, you know, like, I think good movies, but like, what am I trying to say? Apocalypse Now, you know, like, yeah, I love that movie, but my dad had it on Laserdisc when I was growing up, so I like know it inside and out, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't even need to watch it for to write the report. That's the way I felt about the first Film and Society. It was just like, there's just so much that I already saw, I already knew about, and like knew inside and out. That teacher was kind of a weirdo. And then I had him for a philosophy class. Like I had to take two different philosophy classes. One was art philosophy and then one was just philosophy. And it was a one-on-one class. It was so weird. I'd never, in my entire, that was the only time that I've ever had a one-on-one class before, like, other than like a guitar lesson. It was very strange. But he was super cool with me because I was a senior at that point. He knew me really well. I'd already had, he liked all of my papers that I had already written for him in all those other classes. This was like the 4th class I had him in. So he was super cool with me. He'd let me out early and stuff. Which feels weird when you're paying a whole lot of money for school. But yeah, do what you gotta do, you know? Yeah, so unfortunately I've been sitting on a camping chair. And not only is it loud and obnoxious, but it is not very comfortable. I did put like one of those hip bone support things. Something for my coccyx to sit on. That is how you pronounce it, by the way. Coccyx. Not coccyx, it's coccyx. But yeah. Or at least that's what they told me in anatomy class. Alright, so I'm gonna steal a brick from this guy over here. But yeah, the stream will be inevitably cut shorter than I typically like to go. Because I missed my chair. It didn't make the trip. Now the weather sucks, so I have to wait until the weather doesn't suck anymore to get my chair. We'll just have shorter streams until I get that figured out. But after this level, I get to start a new art style. Actually, we haven't really discussed what we're making next for the next level. It'll be interesting. If we take a look here, we can see this is the last, this is the last one that I put up there. I've already made this one and this one. Excuse me. And then I think this is the one that I'm working on at the moment. But yeah, there's ice on this level, it looks like, which is interesting because it's like a 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this will be the 4th pyramid level. But then this one here is gonna get an entirely new theme. And oh, this is a this is like a liquid that you can go into. Yeah, and then this is gonna be lightning. I should probably make that lightning. I'll save this, and we'll take a second to make some lightning. How many tall is that guy? So yeah, sprites need a green background, so I'll make a new layer here. This is the transparent color for GB Studio. And then on top of that, we'll do white, I think. And maybe like an outline. A wild Geibel appeared in chat. If you want to try to catch that. Looks like we got ad break in 30 seconds. Oh, stop that. New frame. So animating lightning is like not easy. If you just like flip it, you can get some cool effects, but it's just like not enough to make it look like lightning. You flip it twice, like that's maybe a little bit better, but still, it needs more movement at the bottom. Hey, congrats on catching the Geibel, Kixie. I was not so lucky. I don't mind the arcing, that actually might look kind of cool. I feel like it needs more, though. I always wondered about that emote, Kixie. Is that a sheep, like a lamb? Or is it a dog? It looks like a lamb, doesn't it? I mean, it's cute, no doubt. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That looks like lightning. See how it's got like that, like, movement? It's almost like a corkscrew action going on. Cool. Well, I like that, but I think it needs, more. So that way we can make sure that you can see it. It probably won't ever be on a white background because most of the backgrounds are dark, but just in case. Oh, did I talk through the ad break? Sorry about that. Missed out on my stuffed olive. Or a bite of spicy mac. Oh. Yeah, that looks cool. I like that. It's got like a smooth but snappy vibe to it, which is what electricity is, right? It's like it's got like a continuous flow, but it's also could snap at you, you know? It's a Pokemon. Is it really? What kind of Pokemon is that? A wiggly Pokemon? Oplio? I'm gonna look this up, Kixie. Not that I don't believe you. I just wanna make sure. Oh. But yours is purple. Poplio's blue. It does look like it though. I see it. Yep, because you got the tail. Oh, I see. I see. Those are the front legs. I was completely viewing the left leg as a front leg, the back leg as a hind leg, and the tail is, or the, yeah. Well, I guess the rear legs as a tail. That's how I was viewing. Now I see it correctly. So I'm glad I looked it up. And there it is for chat. Alright, where am I saving this? To somewhere, actors, somewhere. Well, we'll just go there. This way. Actors. Animated actors. Pyrotoad. Electricity Vert. E-spray. Yeah, and then we'll export the sprite sheet as well. So that way the gardener can be electricity instead of being a gardener. Yeah, there's a few other things that need to be done too. These arrows. So I think these provide extra jumps or something. I don't know. The game gets pretty intense in the later levels. There's a lot of mechanics. I haven't experienced them all yet because the levels are so hard. But yeah, so here's a this is the horizontal electricity. So, and it's different than the moving electricity. So we'll make one of those too. This should be fairly simple. We'll just rotate the canvas. Well, we rotated the sprite. We didn't rotate the canvas. There we go. And that should work for that, but we'll save it. Because we've got this horizontal one, I want to make sure that we can tell the difference. Export the sprite sheet. That's an interesting sprite sheet. All right. Oh, my back is killing me. Should have taken a stretch during that break. So I was playing Court Keeper for a little bit while I was exercising today on my recumbent bike, and all I did the whole time, the whole 30 minutes that I was playing, I just gardened the whole time. I got like 4 gardening points. It's so addicting. It's like Like, it started because I needed some wheat, you know, like, need some wheat, so I grow some wheat. And I'm like, oh well, I guess I'll grow some berries and some cave carrots, you know, because I only got so much wheat. And then I started growing more and more and more, and then it's like, oh, the wheat's done, harvest the wheat, and then by the time the wheat's done, the berries are done. By the time the berries are done, the carrots are done. Then the wheat's done again. It's just like this cycle, and I just kept going back to it. And now, I'm gonna start poisoning enemies by touching them, which is pretty cool. Or no, with my attacks. So, gardening actually has some pretty cool perks to it. I was like, whoa, that's pretty cool. Also, because I've been cooking all of those stuff, I'm getting cooking points too. Core Keeper is so addicting. Alright, so I like that. I guess, yeah, I'll keep going on this for a little bit longer. You're playing Core Keeper right now. I didn't even check to see. I wasn't sure that you were, but it doesn't surprise me because it's so good. Have you beaten the second boss yet, Kixie? Who's the second boss? The caterpillar? No. Yeah, I think it's the wormy. The one that goes in a big circle. It's actually really easy. I thought it was gonna be like this, you know, big battle, right? So I'm like getting ready, like taking apart parts of the level around the things so that way I could like chase him down. Hey, what's up, Yami? How you doing? Welcome. Appreciate you dropping in. How you doing this evening? Or whatever time it is where you are. Yeah, we're just chatting about Core Keeper. Amongst other things. I'm good, just running on no sleep. Oh, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. Hope you get some rest soon. I'm like worthless on no sleep. Well, it's weird. I do this thing where like if I hit a second wind, then I can like hit a third or fourth wind even. But like if that next day, I'm done. Like there's nothing, you know, like. Oh, there's a Snooble in chat. Or a Snubble? A Snoobble? Snubble? Busting out the Ultra Ball. You probably only have Ultra Balls, right? Was that you who said that? No, that was Cryptic, wasn't it? It's okay. Been going from one raid to another. I was tempted to sleep, but the third raid was playing Dark Souls. There you go. I currently have nothing but Ultra Balls. Oh, okay. Look at that. I've never actually played any of the Dark Souls games. I've watched some people play them, and they don't look that appealing to me. But I don't know. I got into Blasphemous for a little bit, And that's kind of like a 2D Souls-like, I guess. I had a JoJo meme video do that to me the other night. That was a pretty funny meme video, Pixie. Can't help it, the entire chat was talking Dark Souls. I was tingling. What's your favorite Dark Souls game? I was pretty close to getting Elden Ring, but then my friend wouldn't stop talking about it. And I was like, uh-oh, that looks addicting. Maybe I should wait until I've done some more stuff. Also, games like that, it's like, waiting isn't going to hurt me. I know some people, like, they need to know what's hip and fresh all the time. I was crying. Oh my gosh, it was so funny, Kixie. Dark Souls 3. Elden Ring is addicting, yes. Yeah, I haven't seen Dark Souls 3. I think I only saw Dark Souls 2? I'm not sure though. Could be wrong. Could be completely wrong. I was watching one of my my old Killer Queen buddies play it on his stream. Yeah, now the closest Killer Queen arcade is in Texas, which might be worth the trip. Like I mentioned on last stream, I was friends with some of the Texans because Texas isn't that far from Arizona, so they would travel to Arizona to play when we had our invitational. Dark Souls 3 has many amazing fights, but this Watcher's Nameless King, Midar, and Slave Knight Gale. Interesting. Hey, I deleted a single pixel. So what do you like the most about those games? Is it the challenge, or the story, or is it all of it? The vibes? I know the aesthetic is kind of dark and eerie, right? But I know the gameplay is so unforgiving that, like, create a genre. It's funny to me because as an indie, like, making sure that the game is as widely playable as possible is like huge. So like to like go against that grain just would seem insane as an indie. But thanks to games like that, you can actually do it as an indie because there's people that are looking for that. So it's really interesting. It's basically From Software perfecting the boss arena recipe. Explain the boss arena to me. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, obviously I know what a boss is and I know what an arena is, but I'm not sure exactly what you mean by like an arena style boss. But to me, you like that there's something for everyone. Have you played the Dark Souls games, Kixie? But yeah, I think it's interesting. I like the art style, but it's also like really dark. So I feel like it would probably get kind of like depressing, especially if you're like dying a lot. I thought aloud, no, I'm too lazy. The challenge, the fact that I have to seize control instead of it being handed over to me, and definitely the lore and the weapons. Well, I mean, that's a lot to like. So that's awesome that you have so much you find so much of that game interesting, you know what I mean? Lots of people have told me to play it, and I just haven't gotten around to it. Since it's like, you know, AAA, I think, was it Namco Bandai published Elden Ring, I think. And they've been doing it for a while now. Just, you know, a little bit outside of what I normally play. But I did play Blasphemous, because that's an indie. Yami, have you tried Blasphemous at all or no? I know it's 2D, so it's probably completely different. But it does have that same kind of, like, roll, kind of. you gotta roll a lot kind of thing. Like, you gotta dodge, and you gotta, like, parry, right? Lots of parrying. They also publish Katamari Damacy. Yeah, Bandai Namco is a big company. They made Pac-Man back in the day. I still play Pac-Man, but I bought the Bandai Namco classic bundle or whatever. Mostly for Galaga, but Pac-Man also. Yo, Puke7, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, Langle, I was just thinking about you actually. You know, I finally moved into my new place, and I'm not completely settled in yet, but I think I'm settled in enough to actually start doing podcast stuff again. And I know you said you were interested in being part of the Roundtable podcast that we were planning. So I think that could happen sooner than later. Yeah, everyone in chat, Puke7, also known as Langle, is awesome chiptune artist and homebrew person who made Guntner, as well as started Battle of the Bits, which is a chiptune Battle of the Bands type thing. It's a website and a YouTube channel where you can hear a whole bunch of awesome chiptune music. I interviewed him on my podcast, Indie Game Dev Report. I think I've got a command for Indie Game Dev Report. Let me IGDR. Wait, I'm spelling that wrong. IGDR. There we go. So if you haven't checked out my podcast, you can check that out there. And let me give you a shout out there. So yeah, check out Puke7's channel. He does retro commercials on Fridays, right? And then I've seen him doing some homebrew stuff, and do you do chiptune stuff on your stream also, Langle, or is it mostly retro games and that type of stuff, and commercials on Friday, right? I love retro commercials, by the way. They are just the best. Remember that one with the I think it was a Duracell commercial where the people are like made out of plastic and they have these big batteries in their back. The guy who did that Primus video made the costumes for it. We haven't done music on stream in many years. Ah, I see. Well, it could be interesting to start that up again. Oh yeah, classic. Yeah. I think that was Duracell, right? Yeah, I think that was like used for the Super Bowl too. I think it was in the Super Bowl or something like that. But yeah, very popular commercial. And then of course Winona's Big Brown Beaver, like classic also. So this level's looking pretty good. I kind of want to do the dithering stuff, but honestly I'm kind of bored with this dithering. So I might try something new. Les Claypool hired the same guy for Big Brown Beaver. Yeah, for sure. He was pretty popular for a bit there. Like after that Duracell video, he blew up. I can't remember exactly what else he did. Oh, you know what he did? What's his name? Oh, I can't remember the actor's name. Robert Picardo. From he was in like Star Trek and stuff, right? I think he was in Voyager, right? He played a Johnny Cab in Total Recall, and the guy who did the plastic work. I'm gonna snooze this ad that's coming up here. Is it 5 seconds? Yeah. So there's that Johnny Cab, right? And then there's like the plastic guy robot that looks just like Robert Picardo. That guy was hired to make that guy look like Robert Picardo, and Robert Picardo was actually credited in the film, which is great. Hell yeah, Johnny Cab. Yeah, you remember now, right? That movie was so weird. I didn't like the the remake nearly as much. Like it was okay, I guess. Funny thing is, I'm a huge Philip K. Dick fan. The guy who wrote the book that was based off of, but I never read the book. It was like a short story. We Sell Memories Wholesale, I think it's called. But I'm a big fan of Philip K. Dick. Alright, so I'm gonna make a new layer for dithering. I'm actually gonna throw it behind the art. And then I don't know what color I'm gonna use. Probably this same blackish color. Apparently they had a lot of commercials. I'm gonna look this up. The Puttermans. Paid to combat the Energizer Bunny. Interesting. That's interesting. I really only remember the one where they gave Grandma the generic battery and she like stops talking and falls into her plate during the barbecue. That's the only one I saw. Might be fun to find those on YouTube for your next thing. Oh wait, don't you do it on Fridays? Isn't it Friday? Did I miss your stream? Oh, there's a Pokemon in chat. Oh, you're about to start. Cool. Well, awesome. Now I know where I can raid. Because, like I've been saying in chat, I don't have my computer chair since it didn't make the move quite yet. I'm on this folding camping chair that is not very comfortable, and 4 hours in the camping chair kind of sucks. So I will not be going too much longer. Also, retro commercials is just super cool. What did I do here? Make it go away, make it go back. What did I do? Change the opacity somehow. Yeah, save that. Oh yeah, I made some electricity. Alright, so I made this new layer. I've got this color. Where is it? What's going on here? Ah, that's what's going on. Alright. So yeah, I'm just gonna like noodle around for a bit here because I'm really not sure like what I want to do yet. Camping chairs are only good for watching fires. Yeah, pretty much. We're gonna snooze this ad again. Oh, you caught the Sharpedo. Nice work, Yami. Not missing another Sharpedo. Word. I don't know what a Sharpedo is, but I'm assuming it's a type of fish. Or something. But yeah, since I've just moved into my new place, I'm starting to figure out my schedule, and I'm thinking that I'm not sure what day yet. I'll probably do more than 1 day a week. I might do 2 or 3 even, but I'm thinking that I'll probably start around 6 p.m. Standard Time, or Central Standard Time. Central Standard Time? Yeah, Central Standard Time. Central Time. I turned on your stream before dinner and had to instantly step away. Oh, no problem. Now I gotta bugger off. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. I'll catch you later during your commercial stream. Have a great evening. Or I'll see you later. I wonder if I do something like that. Nah, that doesn't look good. And then, what if we... Alright, give me that in the palette. Alright. And then we... Oh, we don't want that. We want dithering. So this might work. Let's... do one of these. Yeah, because that kind of looks cool already. So maybe if I, like, dither it, it'll look cool. I think it looks cool at an angle, but then you could do like another angle. I think sleep is finally catching up with me. Good night, Rick. I'm glad to be able to say hi. Yeah, I'm glad you're able to say hi too. Thanks for dropping in, Yami. Hope to see you again sometime. But yeah, if it's super late for you, I get it. But get that sleep and hope you sleep well. And yeah, thank you again. It's 6 a.m. Oh, wow. Well, walk safely while you're on your way to bed. Last thing you want to do is break your leg because you're too tired, can't walk. You have to lurk for a bit. Okay, no problem. Thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. So I kind of like the variety I'm getting here, but I'm wondering if it's too many tiles. And also how reusable it's gonna be. We'll try not to bump into anything. Pretty much. I've been there, I've done it. What if we make another layer? Alright, night, Rick. Yeah, night. Take care. Just do like a normal dither over that one, but then we'll delete this. No, that was the wrong one. Maybe this? And then I'm just noodling here. I'm getting interesting patterns, but they don't really match the world. Alright, I think we're gonna start over. We'll try something different. This time we'll do like a brick thing. Oh, we gotta add. Take a little break. All right, I am back. Sorry, took a little break there. Had to finish my spicy mac and cheese. Then I got a gluten-free peanut butter cup for dessert. Very tasty. That looks cool. I like that. And we can kind of do the opposite from this side. Oh, what happened there? Nah, that doesn't look right. That looks pretty cool. Okay, so I think I'm gonna take parts of this and put it in the places that I want it. To kind of give things more depth. Maybe something like this. Masculine appears. I'm not sure how I feel about that. That looks better. Yep. Hey, I caught the Pokemon. Oops, what happened there? So yeah, the spikes are gonna look kind of funny if we leave them that color, so I think I'm gonna change them to be the other color. Same with the fire, I think. And those. And these. So honestly, that looks kind of weird, doesn't it? Alright, let's change the dithering. Wait, what? That looks a little bit better. Cool. Alright, so if we go to open backgrounds, Pyrotoad, we go to level 9, color edit 2, you can see I've got these funky looking like obelisks and weird stuff, so maybe I can steal some of this and make it work somehow. I'm not on the right layer. There we go. Hmm. That looks cool. I like that. This looks a little weird here. Let's fix that. Yeah, sorry if I'm getting quiet here. I'm just trying to get this done. My back is aching. Alright, well, this is good enough, I think, for now. And, you can always go back and add more details and stuff. Or remove details if we don't have enough tiles. Yeah. I'm gonna see if Langle is ready for a raid. I'll just see who's ready, because I'm ready to end. Let's see. Oh, there's a lot of people. But yep. We're gonna go ahead and raid Langle or Puke 7. But I want to thank everyone for lurking and hanging out, all the cool chat that we had. Oh, there's Cryptic. How am I supposed to lurk if you're quiet? Just messing. But how's the game come along? How long ago did you write that? That's the real question. But yeah, we're gonna raid Langle 1 minute ago. Okay, so not too bad. Sorry I didn't read it right away. But yeah, we're gonna raid. The game's going good. I did a bunch of art stuff here. But we should be raiding in just a second. Yeah. Thanks again for lurking and hanging out. Really appreciate it. Sorry I was so quiet. Did that not do that? Alright. Cool, yeah. We'll raid to Langle and we'll watch commercials or whatever he's doing. And it should be a good time. But thanks again. I'm glad to see you back to streaming. Bye. Yep, thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Oh, I never made a raid message, did I? A raid message. I had this problem last time. Ah, did it again.